that this picture that we are now seeing through the by-elections, so the first was on the 26th of March, and yesterday, that's what the future is going to be for 2023. But there's a lot of work to do between now and then. What the picture that we are also seeing is that the rural constituencies need more help. People that live in rural constituencies find it challenging. There's still a lot of intimidation that is happening, and people are afraid to go out and vote. And I think what we hope will happen between now and 2023 is that people will begin to feel assured of their security, because that is what will enable them to go out there and vote if they feel that they'll be safe, and that their homes and families will be safe. The system that currently operates is unfair. It's the regime. We've been talking about electoral reforms. The CC are always talking about electoral reforms. What we saw also is that the assisted voting should stop, because people can vote for themselves. Majority of Zimbabweans, including those that live in the rural communities, can read and write. So it's one of those countries that is highly educated, or has a highly educated population. So there is absolutely no need for anyone to be assisted to vote. But that is another rigging machination that is used by the regime. So that needs to be tackled, amongst a plethora of other things that we need to see change in order to ensure that the elections can go ahead smoothly, fairly, in 2023. So I'm going to just acknowledge my co-host, Barbara, and I'm just going to invite you to introduce yourself and just say a few words before we kick off.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Patricia. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Zimbabwe, from wherever you are. My name is Barbara Kwangwara Tanyanywa. I'm a presenter in Change Radio. I'm also the national spokesperson, the caretaker national spokesperson of the CCC, Assembly of Women. I'm a veteran trade unionist. So this topic that we are about to discuss today, ndokumba kwedu, ndokubasa kwedu, the issue of actions when we say things are not well and people keep quiet on things that matter. It's like you are suppressing yourself, whereas the Constitution says we have the freedom to speak, we have freedom to air our grievances, we have freedom to demonstrate, freedom to petition the government if things are not going well, if consultations fail, we revert to the system which they understand better, that of showing them the power of the people. Thank you so much. We would want to thank the organizers of this shutdown, because people were just suffering in silence. And we hope this is going to bring something. It's going to make the government act, because education is a right on its own. So you can't negotiate for a right. You demand those rights. And we are seeing the students demanding those rights. If the parents are failing to pay fees, Patricia, the children are affected. You see, and now the education system is being only privatized, and only the people of the elites are able to go to school. The people of the peasants, the children of the peasants cannot go to school, cannot afford to go to school, let alone the teachers that teach the children cannot afford to take their children to school, which is very, very absurd. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think what you mentioned there is so important. If people don't take action, the status quo remains. So what we are seeing today in Zimbabwe is what we are going to see. in 5 years' time. And I think that by then, people will be so fed up that the country could erupt into a war when people get fed up. Because I think as Zimbabweans, we are very kind people. We're very forgiving. We give chances, and I think that we have given the regime so many chances to get things right, but they've not given us the chance to fix the country. Whilst we've hoped and waited, they've trodden on us for so long that I think it's time that we act, because without that action, we are not going to realize the change that we need, and we're going to continue to suffer. We've seen how they have rigged elections. So if we look back to when the opposition was launched in the country in Zimbabwe, and to today, and just across all the years that elections have happened, is the continued brutality and gross human rights violations that will remain if we don't act. And we know that, speaking from the diaspora, some people say, well, you're speaking from the diaspora, you're safe. Why don't you come down on the ground? I think there's another element there that we have to take into account. The fact that we do need money in the country. People that live in the diaspora remit money back to Zimbabwe, and it is that money that is making the country, I guess, continue to operate. Because if there wasn't the money that we send back home, things would be very difficult. I can imagine that a lot of the services would not be operating. A lot of children will be out of school. So if I send money, it means that someone is using that money to pay someone to buy something. And so they are enabling a business to continue to operate through money that I have sent. So I'm directly having a positive impact in Zimbabwe. And so there is need for that money in the country. But then we look at the heroes that are on the ground. So these are the people that suffer every day, the people that have to live with it, the people that who try to raise their voices are persecuted. But despite all those persecutions, people have continued to fight for freedom for Zimbabwe. And I think one of these actions, Shut Down Zimbabwe, is very commendable. And we were hoping that some of the organizers would come on the space. We'd hoped to have them yesterday on the space. It didn't happen. Today, it might not happen because we can imagine that they're very busy. We've seen a lot of activity already by the regime. The riot police are already out there. And so it's a very interesting time to be in Zimbabwe, but also just to be watching in from outside and seeing that the regime is not relenting. They're never going to relent. They're never going to give up. They are going to go on and on and on. And they will rule Zimbabwe forever if we're not careful. If they leave through death or otherwise, through rigging, don't be surprised if their children within the next 10 years become the leaders of that country. If we don't unite as citizens to rid them out of our country. So I'm going to stop there for a second and just wonder if there's anyone in the space that would like to make some comments or share. Please feel free to do that, because what we just want to hear people's perspectives, i.e., what are your thoughts about tomorrow? What are your views? And what would you like for Zimbabwe? What is your ideal Zimbabwe? What would that look like? If you were asked, what do you want Zimbabwe to be like if government changes tomorrow? Because we all have a dream, we all have a vision of what we want the country to look like. So I'll just come over to you again, co-host.
Yes, thank you so much, Pet. As we are aware that this shutdown has been organized by the students who were citing the fees hike. Someone was telling me, Pet, Kuti, the fees was pegged at around 12,000 RTGS, and only to get the shock of their lives when it was also again um, raised to about 55,000 RTGS. I don't even know how much it is in US dollars. Maybe someone can chip in and tell us how much that is. But if you look at the amount, if it's 55,000 US dollars, and the minimum wage that was pegged by the government was pegged at 2.5, 2,500. So it means no one, no worker can afford to take his or her child to an university. So this is the situation in Zimbabwe, and the students are simply saying, "We want affordable." Can you hear me, Pat?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Yeah, my phone is acting up. Okay, so the students are simply saying, "We want affordable education." As I've alluded before, that education is a right; it's not a privilege. So it is the government's responsibility to see to it that the children go to school, the fees are pegged at a rate that the parents can afford to take their children to. I can see we are joined by one of the director of the Zinasu. He has joined us, so he's gonna tell us exactly what's happening on the ground. And tell you what, Pet, the regime is actually panicking because the police have been deployed. We've seen heavy armed policemen um, in the CBD, Harare and Bulawayo, and I don't even know why there are policemen in the CBD, because the call by the students is to say people should stay at home. It's a very, very peaceful demonstration where people are going to demonstrate in their homes. It is allowed in the constitution, the stay away. Hey, that's the shutdown that we are talking about. Maybe if I can pet with your indulgence, if I can give this opportunity to the director of Zinasu, and maybe he can share with us what is happening on the ground, how they came up with this idea, why they came up with this idea, and what has been the response by the citizens or by other stakeholders. Thank you so much. Over to you, Ashley.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, the citizens of Zimbabwe. Thank you um, to the audience from all corners of this world for the maximum solidarity that you have shown to the students of Zimbabwe. We truly appreciate and we are grateful for everything that you are doing, the support that you are putting, and the investment that you are putting. Even up to now, some of you, you could be sleeping, you could be doing other activities, but you're taking your time to listen to our cause, which is what we just want to have our voices being heard. So that is this fight is all about, so that our voices are heard all over, so that people can start to understand the different components that are affecting the students welfare in this country. So I must say thank you to the organizers for putting this together. And I must say that this shutdown is primarily, focusing on, the fees issue, the fees hikes. The government recently had a popcorn approach in terms of raising fees. So fees was just raised abruptly without consultations, without any action that involved the students. And we have consistently said there's nothing for the students without the students. So for us, that was a call to say we have to come together as students to start to reclaim our cause, to start to reclaim and cement the strength of our voices. So that's why we said, no, we're taking this action as a first step because we declare this as a season of action. So we're taking this as a first step to say, let's collectively start to take action that is meant to address the fundamental imbalances that are in the education system. So the whole struggle is to restore the dignity of students. Fees was being raised, the welfare of students is not being catered for, there is no decent accommodation. So all these things, they come together just to undermine the dignity of students of this country. So that is what informed, the shutdown, to say no, fees must fall, because even our parents, they are receiving peanuts. Most of our parents are civil servants, because that beyond being a civil servant, there's no other job that you can get in Zimbabwe, because the government has failed to even provide jobs in the industries, to provide jobs in different sectors. So the only way that most people are employed are from the government, being civil servants. Then you realize that civil servants are earning peanuts. They cannot afford to even send their own children to the schools that some of them teach, to the schools that they dream of. So that has been the fight, to say, no, let's realize the full and the best potential of this future by making sure that we secure the educational system and make sure that students have equal opportunities to get into the education sector and get the education that they deserve. So it's trying to reclaim the dignity and restore it so that people can understand the value of education in our lives and in the future of this country. But I must equally say that this struggle has been escalated by the crisis of this country, which manifests in different sectors, political, economic, social. This is what is affecting this country. And we are saying as students, we have a say in all of the matters that are affecting our people, because this is our livelihood, this is our future. The solutions are coming from us, and the solutions are made by us. So it's time that we start to preach, because as students, we have different expertise. We have students who can address different solutions at different levels. There's no sector that doesn't have students. You learn to become anything. So we have the solutions. Let's engage. Let's engage in the matters that are affecting people. So let's engage even the transport system. Let's find solutions together. That's what we are calling for, to say no, the government must start to realize that the people can equally sit at home, because we are not being engaged, we are not being heard, our voices are not reaching where they are supposed to reach. So equally, we can fold our hands and sit back and just relax and watch the country take autopilot and watch the country being destroyed as it is now. So we are saying that it's a matter of realization that the government must take, to say they need the citizens, they need these people, the people of this country, so that they can find the common solutions and co-create the future with the future, which are the students. So that is what our gospel is all about. That is the reason why we are calling for we have called for a shutdown. We have consistently been calling it for almost a month now, mobilizing for it and calling for it. So we have different people who are coming in, showing maximum solidarity, showing that there is commitment to the cause, showing that there is love and patriotism to our country. So, we are very confident that this is the step in the right direction. As you may all know, that during the weekend, um, the team from State House came up and gave, some press conference. Well, I don't know what that was, but they just, addressed the nation. But the key issue is we have to address the fundamental questions that are affecting this country. Yes, the ZUPCO they tried to resolve the ZUPCO issue. They tried to also speak around the economy, but this is not what is the critical or the root cause of the problem. Our crisis is a crisis of pure leadership, a leadership that doesn't engage people, a leadership that takes solo decisions in terms of the people's lives. We are saying, let's co-create the destiny. Let's co-create the fate of our people. Let's find the fundamental solutions together. That is what we are saying. And that's why I was urging everyone to say, no, let's come together and stay at home and show the government that they need citizens for this country to fully function. There's no country that can function without its citizens. So there is need to build that social contract between the governed and the governor. There is need to build trust between those that are governing and those that are being governed. There is need to build confidence within the institutions of government.
Are we losing Ashley?
But you're still there.
Yeah, well, Ashley, I'm here. Ashley, we seem to have lost Ashley. Or he's back.
Yes,
Please go.
sorry. There are students that have been, as I speak right now, students that have been, arrested. So I'm just receiving a call that, there are students that have been arrested just now. There was action that was being done in the state of Zimbabwe. So these students were being followed, and now they've just been arrested. So that's, a tragic incident that I'm now trying to follow up on and understand what is happening there. So, but I must say that this is what we as a nation, we are confronted with, a government that doesn't listen to people, a government that resolves things by arresting people. So I think for now, these are the words that I have to say, let's come together. Let's just hold up today and see if the government is going to teach us, to see if the government is going to put pressure in terms of resolving the national crisis and the national disputes affecting our people. Thank you.
Thank you there, Ashley. So now that you have mentioned that people have been arrested, Pachedu tweeted some very helpful contact numbers. So for those that are arrested, they need to contact the lawyers, ZLHR, and the telephone numbers are 077 2257 247 or 077 3855 635. And if anyone gets hurt, there are doctors. So there's ZHR, who people who are hurt can contact. And the numbers are 0777 604 610, 077 29 27708. And I will retweet the tweet by Pachedu so that people can get in contact with the lawyers if they're arrested and with the doctors if they are hurt. So I'll come back to you again, co-host Barbara.
Thank you so much, Pet. This is a very unfortunate situation, but I think we all know the Zimbabwe that we are living in. We were expecting this anyway. We know that that's their modus operandi, and we are not shocked. We are not deterred. We are forging ahead. People should not be intimidated by these arrests. It has been the order of the day. The regime is panicking. They are in the panicking mode. And I'm told in Loveve that the soldiers are actually going around telling people to go to work. Where on earth have you ever seen people being reminded to go to work by soldiers? This is the level of panic that we are experiencing from this confused government, and why the students are being arrested. It's like this thing is constitutional. There's nothing wrong that these students have done. They are exercising their right. And also, remember yesterday, Blessed Daram Shlanga was arrested together with Chengeto. These are the journalists that were covering by-elections. Why they were arrested, only heaven knows. But I can see, what I can safely say, Pet, is that we are seeing the last kicks of a dying horse. As I said, the regime is panicking, and we should put more pressure on the government. People should support this shutdown. People should just stay in their homes. And I'm just praying that we don't have the overzealous people that are going to get into town, because this is exactly what they want. They will start beating people and killing people like what they did in January when the ZCTU also called for a stay away. I think the stairway for me, it's very effective. talking from a trade union perspective, this is the most effective way of showing the government that enough is enough. It's very peaceful. And I'm just praying that people will abide by this, the clarion call by the Sinazo to stay in their homes. This is just like a holiday. You know, when it's a holiday, you don't go to work. But this is a holiday in protest. So the government must know that people are aggrieved. Government is answerable to the people, not the vice versa. You know, we are having a government that is a dictator that thinks that it will last forever. But I've seen dictators being removed in a very, very sad manner. So I think it's high time people should unite for a purpose and remove this government through the ballot. So even uh, those that support ZANU-PF, they are also suffering, and I think it's high time that they should tell their leaders that enough is enough, because you can't um, ill-treat people that vote for you. And we know that ZANU-PF, in order for them to get votes, they coerce people, and only a few that are benefiting from ZANU-PF vote freely for ZANU-PF, but they're only a minority. So I just urge people to continue registering to vote, and then in 2023, vote in their numbers and vote this government out, because they have totally failed Pet. We can't continue having a country that is run by like a tuck shop. Zimbabwe is being run like a tuck shop. You know, Zimbabwe has got very capable people that can run it very well. And I think it's high time people in ZANU-PF should just go and play with their grandchildren, because most of them, they are too old to run this country, you know. So yeah, these are my words. I will leave it here. Pet, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to ask Mambo Shoshe to come on and speak. Thank you. Okay, Mambo Shoshe, can you hear me? Would you like to unmute and speak?
Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ashley. Yes, indeed, we have to thank our students for doing exactly what Dr. Nkabu Konkomo said, that Zimbabwe will not die. The youth in it will save it. And that's exactly what our young men and our young women are trying to do here. They are trying not to save themselves. They are trying to save Zimbabwe. They are trying to save a generation, if not generations. Um, they've been talking. I spoke to Ashley some time ago, and I think it was an interview on Change Radio as well. And he told us, he told viewers then that they've been trying to engage the government. They've given the government enough warning, enough time for them to resolve their issues. But we have a government that doesn't listen. We have a government, that puts sticks in the ear when citizens are speaking. And when that happens, you're left with no choice but to exercise your democratic right to protest. So I really, would like to call upon the Zimbabwean government, in the face of what Ashley has just said, that there are some students that have already been arrested. We call upon the government to respect people's rights to protest, people's, right to freedom of expression, It's enshrined in our constitution. Section 59 is very clear, in the Zimbabwean constitution, that people have a right to express themselves. People have a right to protest, especially when they are not being heard. And the students have tried to be heard. The Zimbabwean citizens have tried also to be heard, but there is no one who is prepared to listen. So the only way then is to engage in peaceful protest. And what more peaceful protest can the government ask for than people who want to stay in their homes and express, their grievances and express their disgruntlement to something that is, sacrosanct in human rights, to something that is central to human survival. Education is critical. You cannot do without, basic education. It's a basic necessity. And most Zimbabwean youth have been denied this right. We have, thousands and thousands of Zimbabwean youth that are failing to go to school because they cannot afford to pay school fees. And in some instances, you'll be shocked to the prices, to the school fees that Zimbabweans are being made to pay. You are asking a student who is going to Chairman's school, a boarding school somewhere in Wedza, to pay $300-400, a term. And this is a person who is earning less than $100 a month. Where do they get that money? You're asking a University of Zimbabwe student or a NAST student to be paying student fees that is upward of $500. This person is not working. This person's parents are not working. How do they afford to pay that school fees? We know that in proper and normal economies, in normal countries, there is supposed to be government assistance. Even us, when we went to college in Zimbabwe, we used to get some kind of assistance, although that was taken away later on. But there was some fund that was there where students would go apply, get a loan, and then pay back that loan. Those channels of financing our education system are no longer there in Zimbabwe, and people now have to pay from the pocket, but they can't pay from the pocket because our economy is in disarray. It can't support anyone. There is no employment. We have the highest rate of unemployment in the world. At 90%, we have broken the record of the rate of unemployment in the history of unemployment. And now we have a government that continually raises fees and do not even do anything to alleviate the situation of students. So definitely the only way there is to protest. The only way is to stay away. And that's the safest and most peaceful way of the students expressing their anger and their disgruntlement. So all we can do as citizens is to support what they've started. I was talking to VOA, and there was someone from ZANU-PF there who was saying Triple C have hijacked the students' cause. They are now hijacking the stairway, and it's now their agenda. And I told them, there's no Triple C there. These are students that are just disgruntled. These are students that are expressing their opinions. And Triple C is just a name. Triple C is citizens. If citizens in Triple C do decide to join the stairway, which they should, in solidarity, because they are also affected, it doesn't mean that Triple C have hijacked the cause of students. They have not. If anyone is going to support, they will be supporting because this is a genuine cause. This is something that needs to be supported by all Zimbabweans. And as Zimbabweans in the diaspora, we stand in solidarity with the students, and will continue to do everything possible to ensure that this stairway becomes a success. I know, Ashley, I promised that I was going to, send airtime because really these students will need some form of communication. This is the best way that they're going to reach out to their fellow students and to other Zimbabweans. Just airtime. If we can give them airtime, I'm sure they will be able to do more, than them, congregating or physically meeting. They should just do it over the phone, sending text messages, WhatsApp messages, and we should help them, in that regard. Not only with airtime, but even texting people back home, texting our friends, texting our colleagues, texting or sending messages in WhatsApp groups that we belong to, our family groups, our community groups. Let's just find a way of, getting this message out. Let's do something. Don't just hear what you're hearing today. Don't just hear the students, crying the way they are crying. Don't just hear people coming here on spaces and people speaking out, and then you just get it in. Get it out also by means of sending the message to someone, telling someone to heed the call to stay at home. It's the easiest thing that you can do, the easiest way that you can participate in this. Just make sure you write even on your Facebook page or on your WhatsApp status. Just just write something. Stay away from work. Do not go out. Just stay in your home. Someone will see it. Someone will read it, and encourage that someone to share that message with someone as well. But meanwhile, those who want to join me, I don't know who can get that $20. No, let me make it $50. So that we can send these guys money for airtime, so that the message is spread. If there's anyone who has that, or you, Ashley, if you have a facility that can receive airtime right away, let's do that. If we can get $150 or even $200 to these students so that they spread the message, let's do it in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, for opening up that donation line. That is really so important, because that is how we stand in solidarity with those on the ground that are in the eye of the storm. And I was talking about it a bit earlier on, that when we are based in the diaspora, one of the ways in which we can help is through giving. So if there is anyone else there that would like to match that $50 that has just been donated, please do kindly come up, and we will find ways of how that can get to Ashley and his team. I think the next in line was Orlene. Hi, Orlene. Really lovely to have you here tonight. Please do go ahead, and then we'll come to Elder Diamond after Orlene. Thank you. She's dropped off again. So can we come to you, Elder?
Thank you so much, Patricia. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, but my apologies. I'm going to have to put you on hold while we have Orlene, because I thought she was coming back. If she does come back, I may have to interrupt you because she keeps dropping. So would you like to go ahead, Orlene? Go ahead, Orlene, please. You are.
Thank you very much, and good evening, and thank you very, very much for hosting such a space. We really appreciate just how much the citizens are coming out, just how much different stakeholders are coming out to support this cause, to support this peaceful protest. It means a lot coming from the greater numbers, from the greater population of Zimbabwe. Indeed, the students are disgruntled, the students are frustrated, but these students are coming from homes in which we have parents, we have peasants, we have civilians who are overworked and then they are paid. So it is very, very crucial that during this time that we are shutting down Zimbabwe, we do not only turn a deaf ear towards the students, but we actually join them, we actually give them solidarity, we actually help them to shut down Zimbabwe, because the situation or the cause for which they are fighting against is affecting everyone in one way or another. I would really like to comment on what the last speaker was highlighting in terms of the police being disbanded, probably to disturb the whole process and to wreak havoc. Actually, as the students movement would actually welcome it, because it's going to help people to stay away. And if you know, or if you can relate from the situation in 2019, 2017, in 2018, actually, you would know better than to get into town, know better than to attempt to go to work, because at the end of the day, either you are going to fail to go back home, or you're going to get beaten, you're going to get caught up in the havoc, or you're not going to be able to access transport. So we are really encouraging the citizens, the general citizens of Zimbabwe, to really just participate in this shutdown starting tomorrow on Monday, the 9th of May. Now, initially when this idea was birthed, it was based on the foundation that we had been engaging the respective ministry, the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, in line and in light with the exorbitant and astronomical fees that he was imposing, whereby we had a situation. Maybe if I can give an example, currently a student at Chino University of Technology is paying a minimum fees of 83,000. This would mean that this weight against a civil servant salary who's earning 20,000 RTGS, it means that that mother or that parent has to serve or has to pay fees for 4 to 5 consecutive months without saving that money for any other thing in the house. That means that we have to ignore the fact that there is NASA, there is tax, there is medical fees, there is legal fees, which is very insane. Now, when we approached the parliament, when we approached the ministry, he had this to say, whereby he was now saying that he did not care where the income of the civil servants was coming from. He said that he was only responsible for university or tertiary institution upkeep, and he was now saying that he was trying to maintain the rates against the black market rate, which is also insane and which also does not make sense, because we are saying the government claims to be basing with bank rates, but then when it's raising fees like that and imposing fees like that, they are basing on black market rate. So they need to make up their mind. If they are going to base on black market rate, then they need to bring back the US dollar. They need to revalue the US dollar, and then they need to make sure that civil servants are now paid in US dollars so that we can balance the two. So it's not making sense. And in other institutions, we actually have a situation whereby they're actually saying that one has to pay half in RTGS and then the other half has to pay it in US dollars, of which our universities are government parastatal. So they're supposed to be basing on RTGS, they're supposed to be embracing our national currency. So we have a situation whereby the government is both lazy, confused, and negligent to duty, because now then, once the Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education said that he was not responsible for people's incomes, and then the Minister of Primary and Secondary Education comes in and says, we don't have enough to raise incomes for the teachers, then it's now more of a cat and mouse chase in parliament. They're using this game to play us, to block us from speaking up, and they're actually ignoring us in a way. So we're saying that when we came up with this idea of a stairway, we are not saying that we have tried all the procedural means, all the legal means to bring these players to the table, whereby we wrote petitions, we wrote letters, we made legal submissions, we made legal procedures, we made those, but they ignored us. Totally. We even initiated a parliamentary portfolio for the fees, which they also ignored. So now this is a strategy, this is an initiative with which we are hoping that is going to bring these players to the table. Whereby we are saying that from the 9th of May, it's not only the students that are going to stay at home, but even the teacher has to stay at home. The civil servant has to stay at home. The doctor, the nurse has to stay at home, because if we do this as a collective, as a unity in Zimbabwe, something, somewhere, somehow, productivity is going to crumble in one day in Zimbabwe, and that will be recorded. That will be notable. That they cannot ignore. And we are hoping that when we are able to do that, then these players will be able to come to the table and be ready to make discussions on the way forward. They'll be ready to meet us in between. However, they'll be ready to talk about subsidizing. They'll be ready to talk about blanket fees. They'll be ready to talk about minimum fees. They'll be ready to talk about maximum wages. They'll be ready to talk about wiping out slave wages, slave incomes for the civil servants. So we're really hoping that during this stay away, we are really encouraging the combi drivers, those who are in the transportation sector, to at least sabotage their duties for this one day, so that they assist us in making sure that the citizens of Zimbabwe do not even attempt to go to work. We are hoping that the police will do their job without violence, but they will make sure that citizens are not just loitering in town doing nothing. Citizens are not even we are hoping that no one will be picking up these policemen to town, because we also understand that Zupo transportation is not even enough. I know particular areas like Masasa Park, whereby they've they've deficiency of those Zupo because those drivers complain that there are bad roads over there. So who then has been carrying the policemen to work? So these are some of the things that we need to do as a collective and as a country to make sure that your neighbor is not going to work, to make sure that your neighbor participates in the shutdown. And then moving on in the same light, we're saying that we have not been immune to some of the reactions which were quite intimidating coming from the government, coming from the university administrations, where we were saying that we actually had some of our students since Friday they were being caught, mostly student activists were being called, being intimidated by campus security to not participate or post anything concerning the movement that is going to be taking part, that is going to be commencing tomorrow. We also had some of our comrades being attacked, some of our comrades being followed, being stalked on campus, which is very, very insane and uncalled for. So we are also now, this issue goes beyond fees must for. We are saying that tomorrow we are not only shutting down Zimbabwe for incomes or for slave wages or for fees to become reasonable, to become justified. Tomorrow, collectively as Zimbabwe, we're shutting down to make sure that we correct the errors that are going on in terms of policy, be it in terms of transportation, in terms of medical care, be it in terms of the state of the economy, in terms of fuel hikes. Tomorrow is Zimbabwe. Wherever you're frustrated, you deserve to participate in the shutdown. You deserve to vent in silence. You deserve to protest in peace. This is a peaceful protest whereby we're staying away. So we also don't understand why they're deploying the police, because what then is the police going to do? Force people to go to work? Why would you deploy police for a stay away? Because people are just literally going to be staying in the comfort of their homes and everything. But then, in the same light, we really keep on encouraging each other that this is not just a joyride. We all understand as Zimbabwe that to be where we are today, the kind of leadership that is there at the moment, or did not get there by an election. So we still have that power to make sure that we remove them without an election. So this is also the emergence of a new era of revolutionarism, where we're saying that we expect um, Zimbabweans at large to take advantage of this moment to correct mistakes in the political arena, right? To correct mistakes in the status quo when it comes to Zimbabwean politics versus parliament versus government, because already we are confused. In Zimbabwe, we're supposed to have a government, but we have a political party instead, whereby we say ZANU-PF is the ruling party, ZANU-PF is government. We confuse the two, or I don't know. So this is another way of initiating that. So I'm also encouraging Zimbabwe that this is how a revolutionary starts. This is how a revolution begins. So they also have to take advantage of this. I think that's what I have to say for now, but I would really be welcome to take questions on the steps forward or any loopholes that you may have, any questions that you may have as to how this is going to be handled, this is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Before we open to questions, I think we would like to go to Elder Diamond, please, if you'd like to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia, and thank you so much, my sister, who has just finished talking there. And thank you so much, Mambo Sose, for what you have been saying. Ladies and gentlemen, family and friends, this thing is got to do with our lives as Zimbabweans. And as Mambo Sose was saying, they might want to politicize it and think it's all about Triple C. And for your own information, when we talk about Triple C, we are talking about citizens, and we are talking about Citizens Coalition for Change. So what it means is, if they try to say, they try to manipulate or to maneuver the whole situation and say now Triple C have hijacked the students' agenda. My suggestion and my response is that is very, very true. Why? Because citizens are now becoming, or they are becoming one. They are now advocating for a change. So we're saying there is a coalition among the citizens in order for them to have a change. So we are saying the students, if it is an agenda or the brainchild of the students, what it simply means is the students are the citizens. We are the citizens. They are the citizens. So citizens are saying we need change. So it's a citizens thing. That is the reason why we are saying every Zimbabwean. By every Zimbabwean, we are saying every citizen. Tosaka tichiti susuka. Ivo vanenge vachiti nyika inovakwa nevenhu vayo. But we are saying no, the country is built by the citizens, right? So the citizens are advocating for change. We are saying enough is enough. Now I'm shell-shocked to hear that they are deploying the police. For what? Because their language the language that they understand is violence. They are already geared for violence. In other words, they are saying, or they are anticipating that people are going to be demonstrating in numbers, whereby they are going to unleash their so-called water cannons and their tear gases on the people, and their army is also going to be ready to torture the people or to brutalize the people of Zimbabwe or the citizens of Zimbabwe. And after that, then they'll start circulating false sentiments on social media, whereby they're going to say, Nelson Chamisa has sent people uh, to protest against the ruling part. You get the sense? Of which this has got nothing to do with Nelson Chamisa. I'm talking about absolutely nothing to do with him. It's all about the citizens. Nelson Chamisa is not advocating for this, but we are the citizens, and we are saying we should support whatever the students are saying, because the students are saying fees must fall, and fees are skyrocketing. The prices of commodities in Zimbabwe are skyrocketing. So we are saying enough is enough. And above all, we are saying we have seen and heard enough of ZANU-PF. They have done a lot of nonsense for the past 4 decades. They were there in power, and what did they attain, or what did they put on the table, and what good have they done for us? Nothing. Instead, they have dilapidated our lives. They have demolished our life. They have dwindled our lives. So at the end of the day, we as citizens of Zimbabwe, we are doomed due to the fact that we are being led by nonsensical people. So we are saying enough is enough. Like it or not, this is an inevitable thing. This is inevitable. I'm telling you. If there's going, what I'm saying is, I heard one of the speakers in one of the spaces that I was in, whereby he was saying we must act to this one. Like he was using the water example, that we should like employ the water technique, whereby like water, when you exert heat on the water, it heats up. When you exert when you reduce the temperature on the water, it cools. When you keep on reducing the temperature, it freezes. If you start increasing, increasing the temperature, it goes from from solid to liquid. It liquidifies. You get the sense? So, but what I'm saying is that guy was like advocating for like dancing according to the tunes. Whereby I'm saying no, we must not do like that. Of course, we are going to use that water technique, but what we are saying is if they increase the temperature on us, we are also going to be heated. If they keep on increasing the temperature on us, we are going to be boiling, and we are going to reach the boiling point. So they are pushing us to that extent. Of course, we are not advocating for violence, but they are pushing us towards that direction, because what they are doing is they are destroying our future, they are destroying our present life, they destroyed our previous life, they destroyed our past lives, present lives. They are also destroying the lives of the future generation, or the lives of our children. So we are saying, as Zimbabweans, we must do something as a matter of urgency in order for us to eradicate whatever ZANU-PF is doing. And someone was saying, it's likely that they're going to be like freezing the network tomorrow. So that guy was advocating for people in Zimbabwe to download VPN tonight, so that tomorrow you won't be having a problem as far as network is concerned, because we know ZANU-PF propagandism. ZANU-PF hooligans can use propaganda, can do a lot of nuisance as far as in a way to try and disrupt whatever the citizens are in for. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying a luta continua, forward ever and backward never, until we achieve the Zimbabwe that we want. Let's keep on fighting and let's keep the ball rolling. If they keep on doing what they are doing, guys will be left with no option but to go and say in their face, enough is enough. If it is bloodshed, then let it be, because we have lost a lot of people because of this. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Elder Diamond. That was quite powerful. The aluta continua, indeed. The action must go ahead. I think this must be the start of actions, so that all these actions are happening all the time, and that is not a one-off, and that the people of Zimbabwe, the citizens of Zimbabwe, see the significance of these actions and how they can impact some change and positive reaction for the students. I mean, for us that pay school fees, for some people in Zimbabwe, it never ceases to shock when we get messages about increases in fees. And you know that parents and guardians can't afford it because there are no jobs. And we've come out of nearly 2.5 years of COVID, and many mothers and fathers were going out to Zambia, to South Africa, and now to even Mozambique and Malawi to go and buy and come back, sell, and use that money towards school fees. They were not able to do that in the last 2 years. So the hardship is a lot. And then this government thinks it's okay to increase fees because they don't really care, to be honest. They don't care. And so a luta continua, indeed, the action must go on. And for us in the diaspora, we need to help by standing in solidarity, by amplifying your messages so that the world, the global village can know what is going on, but also that within us, ourselves, we can support in some ways. So Mambo Shoshe has already donated $50. Please, can you contact each other, DM each other with Ashley? I don't know if Ashley is still here. He might have left because he was attending to some students that were arrested this evening whilst he was on this platform. So please, if we can have people come up and make some donations, would really appreciate it. This will help with airtime. Before I go to, I can see that Fiona is here. Before I go to Fiona, can I come back to you, co-host Babsi, and also Mambo Shoshe, if you have any questions that you'd need to ask Orleen. Thank you.
Hi, Pet. No, I don't have any questions. I think Olin has just nailed it, and maybe we can give others a chance that want to speak. We'll speak later. Thank you.
Thank you. Please do go ahead, Fiona.
Oh, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for organizing this platform. And from the student speaker who was speaking, I think you said it all. The government has failed and failed and failed in a big time in everything. We can't even cherry pick what they've done, but they've just destroyed the country. I thought, we need to support the students, and I'm pledging also to give 20 pounds in support of the students. But what I wanted to say is, whilst you are taking this shutdown as an initiative to show the disgruntlement that we have within the government, I would also want to urge the students as a tool to actually encourage each and every person in Zimbabwe to register to vote. Our problem, if I look at it, some have got the knowledge, some doesn't even have that knowledge or that courage. They no longer have the courage to see registering to vote as a tool that can actually liberate ourselves. You find we've got relatives who are well educated, but in that category of registering to vote, they are already tired. They think it's not going to change anything. So as the students, and we can actually bank on you taking that initiative to go and teach people that the voting system is the only way we can actually change our lives, change this government. The change that we need is actually in registering to vote and going to vote and defend our vote. Thank you very much. I don't want to take much of your time. A lot has been said, and I am really much in support of the initiative that the students has taken, and I'm also putting my 20 pounds. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for supporting by donating. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Please, Ashley, if you can just DM, but also we can touch base later on anyway to see how we can enable that those donations to get to you. And I think you raised a really good point there about registering to vote. So we just had the registration list that ended on the 30th of April, but people can continue going to register to vote. So just find where your voter registration center is, and you can still continue to go and vote. But when the blitz comes on, it's important because there's a lot of comms that goes with it and a lot of visibility, and so it encourages people to go and register to vote. If you're a parent or a guardian and have an 18-year-old, please encourage them, take them, support them, help them to go and register to vote, because under 35s are the majority in Zimbabwe, and those under 35s are the ones that have suffered so much, are the ones that are most marginalized in our country. So I'm just going to come to you, Moyo. Please, can you go ahead? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. My name is Bruce Moy. I'm a student leader. I'm an active member of Zimbabwe National Students Union. So I'll just comment a few about the initiative. Yemangwana, the shutdown. Of course, I understand our General Secretary has expurgated much in terms of the agenda and the demands that we're putting in place to this current government. So, what I want to say is, as students in Zimbabwe, we are not approaching the government in a manner of just being noisy and radical, but we are approaching the government properly with solutions because we are intellectuals. We understand the history of our country. We know that at some point Zimbabwe was once number one in terms of education in Africa. We know at some point that Zimbabwe was once the bread basket of Africa. By then, comrades who were going to school, they were given grants, they were being paid to go to school. Education was for free. So what we are demanding from the government is not a privilege of education, because education was made a right when our parents dropped out of school and joined the liberation struggle to fight for these freedoms that we are demanding today. So what we are saying as students, we know that this country is full of minerals, and we know that each and every week there are so much minerals that are being exported from this country. Comrades from ZANU-PF, they are looting man. So what we are demanding from the government, we are saying we have natural resources that our parents fought for in the liberation struggle. If government, according to Section 75, it cannot provide free education through its legislative methods, then let those minerals, at least a certain percentage to those foreign direct investments in minerals, fund education. We understand that Mtuli came up with these initiatives when it comes to tax. So we are saying Zimbabwe is paying much tax and money. It is going to let that tax educate or actually fund education. Because as a result, my sister, I would like to speak as from experience. I'm the president from Harare now. Students are dropping out of school. And right now, we have so many organizations that are campaigning against the drug abuse. The same people who are dropping out of school are the same people who are abusing drugs. Vaskana, they are now engaging in the blessers because it's very hard to survive actually or college, especially when you are a student who is not yet fully paid fees. Saka tiri kuti isusu we are deteriorating our society. The government, maybe they are saying we are increasing fees because we want to make sure that we reconstruct my workshops, my labs, etc. But what is happening on ground, my sister, statistically, on 2019, the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education was given actually 65 million for curriculum development. Nothing was done, and that money was not accounted for according to Auditor General's report. In 2020, if I remember very well, the Minister of Finance Mtuli gave the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education as a rapid response to COVID-19. They were given funds to purchase my laptops 2,334 for lecturers from polytechnics and teachers colleges. Nothing was done, and that money was not accounted for. If you go to Cut University right now, if you go to University of Zimbabwe right now, if you go to Harare Poly right now, and check the infrastructure, nevana, you would then find out the money that they are demanding now is of no use because there's absolutely nothing that they are doing about that money. We are paying amenities fee, we are paying medical fees, but mukaenda kuma hospitals acho ekuchikoro there's nothing at all. So what we are demanding now as the young people who are intellectual clear, we are saying now the government must make sure that if they cannot provide free education that we are not yet demanding for, because we understand our economic situation as a country, what we are demanding for now is affordable education, accessible education for all, because each and every citizen, whether poor or rich, girl or a boy, has a right to education. So what we want is the government to make sure that they respond to the cause, because these are the gains of the liberation struggle that our parents fought for. So we cannot allow a government that loots money that has a potential to fund education. We cannot allow and sit down, watch a government that is making decisions on behalf of a country, making sure that they are destroying this nation. Remember, the president has a vision 2030. How then can you achieve vision 2030 without education in Zimbabwe? The president emphasizes on nyika inovaka nevene vayo. How then can you build this nation? Kana vachikwidza fees if education has been privatized to an extent that those who can afford, those who are elite, ndo vakuchienda kuchikoro. So going forward, the Zimbabwe National Students Union tomorrow is shutting down the nation. But let it be clear to each and every citizen of Zimbabwe, each and every normal parent in Zimbabwe, that this is not a struggle for the students, because the few students are paying fees on their own. The fees is being paid by the parents. So this struggle is directly involving each and every normal citizen and the loyal, patriotic citizen of Zimbabwe to say no, enough is enough. If you are destroying the education system in Zimbabwe, then how can we secure our future? How can we restore the economy of Zimbabwe if there is no education? So we are calling each and every normal parent, each and every normal citizen, registered or unregistered, to vote, to take part tomorrow, because it is our primary mandate to make sure that we defend our future. It is our primary mandate to make sure that we prioritize things that matters the most, and in this case it is the education system. And tonight we're at the University of Zimbabwe, whereby students were registering their displeasure to the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education. We understand that the government of Zimbabwe and ZANU PF youth on campus named Zikosu, they've deployed actually members of intelligence to actually suppress and repress students from not taking part. We have witnessed it. We have seen it. We have seen them. But we want also to make a clear statement to the police, the Zimbabwe Republic Police of Zimbabwe, not the ZANU-PF Republic Police. We want to make a clear statement to the members of the state, because they are actually our parents also. They must take part and take charge to this initiative that is being launched by Zinas tomorrow, because these are our parents, and you understand, which they are under a serious oppression. I read this other book as I conclude that those who are in power, they are under a serious oppression that they cannot even find the power to liberate themselves. So it is our duty as us who are oppressed to make sure that we liberate those who are in power, because they have a fear to lose freedom to oppress. So isusu sevanhu vari suppressed, vari oppressed, we have the power as a collective unit to make sure that we liberate them. So we are inviting even the ZRP in their collective manner, the members of the state, to make sure that they join and protect students who will be trying to register their displeasure to inconsistent policies that are being implemented by the government, to the poor corporate governance that is being demonstrated by the chancellor of all universities, Emerson Mnangagwa. It is so painful that Robert Mugabe prioritized education in his own time. It is so painful that even we have lost so many comrades who were fighting for academic freedom during their times. But I learned more Judah Jonga, etc. But right now, what you are experiencing to this so-called new regime under the leadership of Comrade Emerson Mnangagwa, we are so worried about the decisions and the way he prioritizes education in Zimbabwe. We are the future, we are the young, and we are the energy of this country. So we can never allow such a person, an old person, to decide and define our future as the young people. So the initiative we are taking tomorrow, fellow citizens, it is not for the students, but since the students are known for initiating and concluding each and every revolution, we are taking our part as the vanguard of democracy, as the revolutionary intellectuals, to actually defend and define democracy in Zimbabwe. For our primary cause is to fight for a democratic space in Zimbabwe where academic freedoms and students' rights are upheld. So we are calling each and every parent to support us. You might be far away, you might not be in Zimbabwe, but your support, your voice, your resource matters the most. Because right now we have comrades from the University of Zimbabwe, for example, who are not safe. So there's a call for my resources, there's a call for financial help. The struggle that you are fighting for is not meant for the student, but it's meant for normal patriotic citizens of Zimbabwe. So we are calling you all, those who can converge with us in unity of purpose to try to defend, define, and determine our tomorrow as Zimbabweans. This is the first step in the right direction. Of course, I'll comment this one leader that is leading Citizens Coalition for Change, Advocate Nelson Wamba Joamba Chamisa. He said this is the year of citizens action for change. So what we are doing as the students who are acting, we are actioning for change. We need change in our education system. We need change in the policies in our education system. We actually need change in the Ministry of Higher Education. We understand that Amon Murira is tired. We feel like he has to retire, because this is not the first time we engage him about this issue of fees. Actually, I think it is the fifth time. Teach him engage, writing petitions, reporting to Parliament, calling him to order, calling him to have a dialogue with us. He cannot have a dialogue with the student. Yet we are the major stakeholders of that ministry. We employed him because without us students, there's no Minister of Higher Education, there's no lecturers, there's no vice chancellor, there's no chancellor. So which means we are the major stakeholders. If we call them to have a dialogue, they don't want to dialogue with us. So we have made a generational consensus as the student. What we want are no longer reforms, but now we want a total change. So we are driving a revolution, fellow compatriots. So as revolutionary students, we are calling each and every normal citizens to take part with us to demand for academic freedom in Zimbabwe, to demand for better lives for our parents, better pays for our civil servants, at least dignity for our teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much there, Bruce. And I think that your words were really powerful. And I think this protest is just not for the students, it's for all of us, because it sets, I think for me, it sets a pathway for how citizens should push forward for the fight for freedom in Zimbabwe. Because it is us, the parents, that pay the school fees, it is us who struggle. It is us who have to budget the money, and and try and juggle what to put towards school fees, how to feed the children, and the story there you describe about the dropouts and going on to drugs, and the girls who have to rely on blessers. And I think, thank you for using that very kind word. But actually, in reality, I know this from some work that I do in Zimbabwe. A lot of our young girls are now having to go into prostitution in order to make ends meet, in order to continue their education. They are having to go and become mistresses of married men. And that is not the country we want. We do not want a country that has broken family homes because of a certain situation. And so young girls, the age of 19, 20, 21, are having to have relationships with men old enough to be their fathers. And the other big impact, as we know, is the health side of this, is that HIV and AIDS is still prevalent in our country. And so when these relationships are happening, that has a direct impact in people getting infected. And so we must never forget that. When we talk about these issues that are happening in our country, the impacts are so huge and wide. And so it is critical that we can support these protests, and that it is the beginning of protests to come. Hence why the regime is panicking, and they've already started intimidating people so that we just all stay away and be very afraid. I'm just going to stop there for a bit because I think I've seen someone come in. So we've got Haka who came in, if you could go. And then there's Nasty Boy, and I can see Fari going. But I wanted to ask all in a question before everybody comes up. And this is to say, and indeed to any of the Zinatsu team, please, you can answer this. What is the involvement of young women in these spaces? We know that Olin, we know you, we know that there's a few others, but how are they participating? What is the gender balance? Because it's important that we can have 50-50 balance in the voices that are fighting for change. So over to you, Olin. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So I find it a bit hilarious considering that I'm also right here speaking up. But all the same, I must say that one of the major leaps that we've been able to take since we got into office in December was to make sure that we had female structures in every institution. So you can now actually maybe weigh it, right? From a technical point of view, whereby we say maybe at a certain institution we have 50 active females, and then we want to call for a protest, and then we already have 50 females, and then after then we'll then have the males coming in and everything. Already that is a great improvement. And I would also want you to know that we have had a lot of young female Zinas members at the forefront of this protest, because these are the people who are mostly incapacitated. They're the people who are mostly affected by the economic crisis that is currently going on, whereby we're saying that we actually have a situation whereby, in as much as the Minister of Higher and Tertiary Education did initiate the availability of loans, in order for one to access that loan, you need a guardian, you need a parent who then submit a payslip. But then we have many of our young females who are either heading families or who are looking after themselves or who are orphaned. So they don't have any guardian to sign a payment plan or a loan for them, right? So we have, because of that, when we have movements or protests like this, usually it's those people who are the most agitated that pay attention, come up front, speak up, and take the lead. So yes, in this movement, in this shutdown tomorrow, we're going to be seeing a lot of female ZINAS members at the forefront, because then these are the people who are mostly affected. We may not be having them speaking on these spaces because of data expenses. Most of the time, we really rely on campus Wi-Fi. So we wouldn't have many of them participating, because then most of the students are now staying off campus, because campus accommodation has also become both a very expensive, and also it's not enough to accommodate a lot of people. And usually, for example, some of the campuses only hold first year students, and then these are not yet politically woke enough to participate in these spaces. And then those who are politically woke are outside of campus without Wi-Fi. But then we really want to assure you that a lot of work has been done in terms of making sure that there is adequate gender balance when it comes to the agenda, when it comes to meeting the objectives of the union, when it comes to the movement, when it comes to the protest at hand, the hashtag Shut Down Zimbabwe Fees Mask 4 that is going to be commencing tomorrow. So rest assured, we really have quite the gender balance. And also, even if you really take a look at, I heard somebody talking about voter registration here. If you take a look at records from ZEC, you'd actually see that between the first registration blitz and the second one that we actually had a number of females participating and registering to vote. So that is actually very notable, because from our end as ZINAS, we were making efforts to make sure that even out of voter registration, this would then make sure that we arrange transport for female students to go and register to vote at campus level, at institution level, and everything. So yes, rest assured, there is adequate gender balance. Women are at the forefront, raising their voices without fear and without favor.
Thank you so much for that, Olin. We really appreciate it. So before I ask Haka to speak, and then after Haka, we're going to have Nasty Boy speak. I just wanted to put out another call for donations. So we have about $80 so far from Mambo Shoshe and from Fiona. If we could have someone come up, please, and donate $20, so at least we get it to 100. I would really appreciate that. Thank you. So over to you, Haka. Hi, Haka, can you unmute yourself, please, and go ahead? Okay, if not, shall we go to Nasty? Nasty Boy, please, if you can.
Hello.
Hi.
Mukundinzwa.
Trukunzwai.
Right, maita henyu basa. Ini ndoda kutaura neshona nekuti ndiwo mutauro wandakadzidza munyika yeZimbabwe. Ndanzwa kurwadziwa nemutauri anga achitaura achiti anotungamirira imwe organization yepachikoro, either papolytech kana kuti pauniversity. Ichokwadi kuti zvinorwadza vana vechikoro kana zviri zveschool fees, havasirivo vana vechikoro ivavo vari kubhadhara school fees yacho. Ari kubhadhara school fees ndibaba, ndisekuru, ndaambuya, ndaamai. Saka kana vana vachinge vasumuka semasumukiro avaita iwaya, havasi kukoka hondo aiwa. Munhu anotofunga kuti vari kukoka hondo mudzvanyiriri akaipisisa ndiye munhu akaipisisa muvhu rinonzi Zimbabwe iyeye. Vana vari kutochema kuti tiri kurwadziwa. Havasi vana chete vane vabereki vari pazvikoro, aiwa, vana vari kudzidza muzvikoro, havasi vane vabereki chete, vamwe havatorina vabereki, vanotoda kunge vachitodzidzawo. Vari kufanirwa kunge vachibhadharwa school fees yacho nani kana mubereki ane mwana achitadza kubhadharira mwana wacho. Wonzwa kuti nyika iyoyi ine maresources anosvika kuma 70 something anobva pasi apa ematombo, anosvika pa 70 something, more than 60, let me say more than 60. Handiti ari kuitei matombo ese iwayo pakucherwa kwawo pakutengeswa kwawo mari yacho yowanikwa iri kuitiswei. Ndonzwa rimwe shoko riri kutaura kuti pane mari dziri kupiwa nehurumende kumaministries, dzapiwa kudaro ari mamillions, but haana zvaari kushanda. Zviri kurevei izvozvo? Zvinofanira kubvunzwa nemwana wechikoro chete here, kana kuti zvinotoreva kuti nesuwo vabereki tinofanira kunge taakunyatsoshandisa pfungwa dzedu tichibvuma kuti zvechokwadi zvinhu zviri kukanganiswa, maresources ari kumisuswa. Mazvona? So mubereki ndisekuru, ndibaba, ndiamai, ndiambuya, nditete, ndiyani, tisingasiye vana vasina vabereki vakafirwa nherera dzinofanira kunge dzichienda kuchikoro, dzisiri kutoenda kuchikoro. MuSouth Africa mune mwana akazvisungirira, atadza kuti aende kuchikoro, akazvisungirira, handiti akatofa, ndofunga akatovigwa muZimbabwe. Mukuzviona dziri shungu dzevana dzekuti vadzidze, asi woona kuti pane vashoma shoma vari pamusoro-soro muhurumende, ndo vari kudya ivavo vachizviitira zvinoshamisa. Aiwa, zviiteka. Saka kana zvakadaro, inini hangu kolo yangu panapa ndeyekuti isu tese tiri pano pagurupu panapa, gurupu kana richinge paspace panapa, kana space iyoyi ichinge yavharwa, handika kumawhatsapp kwedu tonotumira mamessages ekuencourage vari kumba kuti vasabude mudzimba macho mangwana. Ndo zvandofunga inini kuti ndo zvingatoita izvozvo. Ngavasabude vana vechikoro ivava vatanga izvozvi, ngavatsigirwe nesu vabereki vacho. Ndatenda.
Thank you, Tatenda Shukuru. And so the last speaker, because we do have some people here that don't understand Shona, I was towards the end of his comments was putting a call out to say everyone on this space will go off to the WhatsApp groups and encourage people to stay home and not to go out tomorrow. But I think Orlene has her hand up. So do you want to come in, Orlene, before we go to Fari?
I'm very sorry to interject. There's somebody who just sent me a text. It's Sheba's daughter. She's asking for the link for donation. And she was just asking if you can DM her or DM me the link for donations. Thank you.
Okay, so there wasn't a link for donations that we had, but we can organize. So is it Sheba's daughter? I will send you a link, Sheba's daughter, afterwards. I think you've already donated to Change Radio before, Sheba's daughter. So maybe you could use that same link, but I will get in contact with you. At the top there is a link. If you copy and paste, it will take you to Change Radio. For some reason, I can't pin the actual link, but if you copy and paste that into your browser, it will take you there. Thank you so much for that, Sheba's daughter, for offering to support. And thank you, Orlene, for letting us know. Over to you, Fari.
Thank you, host, for giving me this time. I'm happy. Actually, it's my first time on this platform because of a lot of commitments. Yeah, it's so sad about our country, what's happening. And we've been trying, like myself with my organization, to get into the education factors to try to source funds, which we have done. And to my surprise, we were turned down. And we wrote to the minister about the issue when we were willing to redo all the universities around the country, the teachers' colleges, the polytechs. And it's so sad that if you would see our kids around the country, they are suffering for sure. And they end up getting into drugs and a lot of, other things which they didn't intend to do in their lives. So I think it's a very good arrangement to have a peaceful shutdown. And the most important thing which I would need to put hands up is let's put fear aside, because since we have seen in the news that they've already deployed some police and a lot of these security people to try to be intimidating people, I think supporting our kids is quite a very good thing, and we are there to help. Like we have sources which we can try to make our country back to its feet. Education is very important, and as you can see, we've got quite intelligent kids around, and they are lacking only the support. So it's not the time where we would need to be hearing about the Chiborenga and stuff. That is something which is happened past. Yes, they did their thing. We thank them for that, but we can't go on and on talking about a war which was done some years ago. 42 years, it's not a joke. We need some change. We need some insight into our education system, everything, transport, and a lot of things. So I think we are there to support our kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. It's really good to hear from you, and also some of the way you've tried to support. I think that sometimes the regime want to do things their way, although they fail. And I think one of the speakers, this Zinasu speakers, was it Bruce, who talked about the millions that have been given to the in 2019. You mentioned 65 million that had been given, but that money didn't get to where it needed to get because of corruption. So we know how corrupt they are. But when help is offered, sometimes they decline that help. But I just wanted to say, Ashley, can you perhaps DM Shiba Baby, because I know if we give her the link, that will take a long time for that money to come through, and we know that money is needed from tonight. So maybe if there's an Echo Cash number, if there's a way that we can get something to get that money to you quickly, that would really be helpful to the people making donations. So can I come back to you, Mambo Shoshe, because we are going to be finishing at 11 o'clock, and we've got about 15 more minutes left to go. So if I can come back to you, Mambo Shoshe, if there's anything that you'd like to say, add, or ask.
Nothing much, Patricia, but just to continue to urge people to support this initiative by our sons and daughters. You know, you feel good when you have young people that are coming through, that are determined to fight for their rights, that are determined to change the course of their lifestyles and their livelihoods. You know, and I just want to urge everyone here that let's do the little that we can to support them. By the way, I've already cash up Leader Barbara $50 because I can't send money to Zimbabwe. I was blocked a long time ago. So Leader Barbara, if you can just send that money to Ashley and the other students, and those that are coming through to help with airtime, please, let's do that. If we can just give them $200, that's not much, but it will go a long way, because you can understand that all these arrangements, everything that they are doing, these students, they're just doing it on their own without any help from anyone. And we all know that they don't have the money. They're just trying to get things going, using whatever they have. So whatever we can give them, even if $10, it is $20, I'm telling you, I know they'll put it to good use. I know they'll use it for the purposes of the success of this shutdown. And yes, we might be talking about this as a student initiative, as a fight for dignity back to the students, as a fight for quality education in Zimbabwe. But we all know that it is beyond that, because whatever is affecting you as a mother, as a father, as an ordinary citizen, is also affecting the students. The students do not live in a vacuum. They are not in an island. They are still affected by the transport problems that we are having in Zimbabwe. They also have to wait hours. They also have to be traveling and moving around in those bad roads that we are seeing. They are also, when they finish school, they don't get jobs. How many graduates, how many students graduated last year are not working today? So it is still a common thing. It's a common problem for all of us. So it's beyond the students. It transcends the problems that the students are having right now. It's a national problem. It's our problem. So let's do this together. That's why you saw Peter Spander, from Crisis, joining in, encouraging people to join. ATUs have also joined because they know that students' problems are human problems, are human rights. Whatever they're being denied, it's also being denied to all Zimbabweans. So let's start this fight. We cannot remain quiet. We cannot keep quiet while ZANU-PF continue to push us around like that. So let's support whatever initiative comes through. Kurohwa kwemumwe, kurohwa kwedu kwese, kurwadziwa kwema-students, kurwadziwa kwedu kwese tese. Vamwe maparents vamwe havasisina vana vari kuchikoro, asi kurwadziwa kwomubereki iyeye asiri kukwanisa kubhadhara school fees yemwana wake ari kumission school, kurwadziwa kwako zvakare. So that's what we call solidarity. Let's stand in solidarity with them as Zimbabweans, as citizens in the diaspora. We are with you, our students. We are with you, our sons and daughters. Let's do something right now. If we can just get $150 or $200 before we shut off this space, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, please come through. The other easy way is that Barbara is here, so Shiba's daughter. If you want to DM Barbara, I've been trying to send you a message, and I keep failing for some reason. If you can DM Barbara, because she has contacts with Ashley, and she will be able to accept the money and then send it off to this NASU students. So that money is needed from tonight. So we are actually wrapping up now. I see that Fupa is trying to come in, but whilst he's coming in, if I can go back to Bruce and just ask if you have any closing remarks. So I'll come to everyone just to do their closing remarks. So over to you, Bruce. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister. Thank you so much, my sister. Thank you to each and every citizen. Actually, thank you to each and every normal citizen who has supported the students' movement to make this initiative a success. As I've alluded before, this is not just a movement of students per se, but it's a movement of each and every citizen in Zimbabwe. We are calling for change right now, so that we have actually discovered our primary problem as citizens of Zimbabwe. We have discovered that no, as students, we have the chancellor of all universities who happens to be the president of Zimbabwe, and he's seeming to be not taking education seriously. So he is now our primary problem, and our only solution, a long-term solution and a permanent solution, is to make sure that we change the chancellor of all universities. So in my closing remarks, I want to encourage each and every young student to say, let's register to vote and make sure that we vote, because when we were growing up, we were dreaming of a Zimbabwe, a new country with a new political culture founded on the premises of freedom, tolerance, integrity, and self-respect, whereby in our context, academic freedom and students' rights are respected by the government, by the regime. So what we are witnessing now is the repression and suppression of the students. And I wanted to emphasize this, my sister, before you close, that the risk that these students are taking is very high. As I've told you today, that we at University of Zimbabwe, but students were demonstrating. You know, the political culture that was invested by ZANU PF is a culture of terror, it's a culture of repression and suppression. So, as the students, when you are doing this initiative, safety yao inenge iri pa risk. So I think that's the fundamental purpose why we were calling for help in terms of resources. Young people, especially women, they have interest to take part in these initiatives, but because of the culture, because of the political system that was created in Zimbabwe, specifically by ZANU-PF, it is not user friendly to these young people. I think my gender secretary could witness here, which after he made a solidarity speech in CCC rally, what happened to her. So that's the culture, that's the political system that we're having in Zimbabwe. So after tomorrow, we are actually expecting more abductions, more arrests and repression and torture from the regime, because that's the way they respond when citizens actually demanding for their rights, when citizens are actually registering their displeasure in terms of service delivery. So we are bringing to you, fellow citizens, that you actually support the students' movement to make sure that after these initiatives, our comrades are safe, Kuma safe houses, and we make sure that this process um, is uh, is successful. So, in conclusion, I want to encourage each and every citizen who has not registered to vote to be normal enough to register to vote and make sure that they vote for change, because our primary problem as citizens is very clear, is regime. So what we are pushing for come 2023, we want to make sure and we want to conclude this matter, this question, to make sure that we are changing the regime on its own cost. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Bruce. Thank you. So I know that we've got two people that have come on. So as speakers, can I see those? No, I think they've dropped off. So there were a couple of people that had come on. But I'm going to come to you, Nasty Boy and Fari next. Please, if you could just your closing remarks, a minute or so, please. Thank you.
Ya, inini hangu pakuvharwa kwechirongwa chespace ndinongoti inini vabereki ngatisumukei pamwe chete nevana vedu. Isusu vabereki tayarukira mupolitics dzekutyisidzirwa dzedzi. Saka muhana medu mune kakutya kanototitadzisa kuti tizive kuti tiri varume here kana kuti hatisi varume. Ngatizivei kodzero dzedu. Saka kana vana vechikoro vachinge vasumuka vari vana vedu, ngativasumudzirei, ngativasapotei, ngativatsigirei mune zvavanenge vachifunga izvozvo, nokuti ndivo vatungamiriri venyika nhasi, kwete kuti vemangwana, vanhasi. Just because vemangwana anozongoramba ari mangwana, vanhasi ivava. Saka ngativatsigirei.
Thank you, Maeta Basashkuru. And so Nasty Boy is encouraging parents to support the children at tomorrow's shutdown. So thank you so much for that. Parents, please do take heed and support the children, because the fight is not just about the children, it's about all of us, because we are all in it together and we all suffer because we pay the school fees. And so we need to support our children when they rise up and take these huge risks that they have undertaken. Thank you. So I'm going to come to Beauty. So Beauty, so sorry, but 2 minutes, please, so that we can hear closing remarks from the other speakers, and then we close. Thank you.
Thank you, loads. I just came to say, good job, guys, students. Do put the pressure on, and yeah, hopefully the working class parents and the working class in general, like the working age, the 18 to 65s will be out, will be supporting you guys in this shutdown, and not actually undermining the shutdown. Hopefully people will get on board and fight for the cause, which is to have their voices heard, because there's nothing worse than speaking and no one is listening. And when you protest, no one actually comes back to answer your question. So hopefully people will be on hand to do what they are supposed to do. And hopefully our politicians will also take heed and do the political objective of hearing the voices of the public. And hopefully your resolutions will become the solutions of the day thereafter. So yeah, be encouraged, guys. And yeah, you have to fight for these things. They don't come on a silver platter. And some of us will be, yeah, standing in solidarity with you guys, and wishing you all the best. Thank you, guys. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Beauty. Thank you so much for that encouragement as well. So I'm going to go to Fari, please. It's going to have to be 30 seconds now. And then from Fari, your closing remarks, please, Fari. And then we'll go to Orlene. And then from there, we'll go to Ashley. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, host. I just want to say, as people, we as the same structures which they used in the liberation struggle is the same structures also we are liberating our kids, right? And let's pray for the best that God also protects every child, everyone who'll be involved in this. As much as you know that the regime is always against the hope of people. So thank you for the program and stay blessed, everybody.
Thank you very much for that. And shall we go to Orlene and then Ashley? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I just want to really express appreciation and gratitude once again for the honor that you gave us to really come in your numbers and to participate and to join hands with us. It really means a lot. It really just shows one thing, that we have unity of purpose. I just want to also really encourage the people of Zimbabwe to not be brainwashed. You need to expect that they are going to start calling for hearings. They are going to start to seem as if they are now fixing the situation. For example, today we were hearing that they had relieved the Zuko monopoly, whereby they were now saying that all the other transport in the private sector is now allowed to ferry citizens. We are going to hear more of that during this shutdown, but I want to encourage citizens that as long as it does not equate to the era of 2009 to 2010, 11, then it's not enough. Even if it begins to equate to that era, it's still not enough, because we have to do better as a country. We have to do better as Zimbabwe. We do not have to tire. We do not have to go silent just because they have picked one thing. We can even clearly deduct from the speech given by His Excellency last night when he was addressing the issue, that he could not even come to terms, he could not even address all the issues at hand. Where we were saying that he did not speak on the exorbitant fees hike, he did not speak on hiking prices. So clearly he's ignorant in the highest audacity to shame the whole nation like that. So citizens, no, there is no policy that they are going to enact or talk about during this shutdown that is enough. So we need to make sure that even if they solve one thing, let's speak about the next thing. If they solve it, then let's speak about the next thing until we really fix this country. I think that is all that I have to say for tonight. Maibuye, Zimbabwe, Maibuye. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Orlene. Thank you. Really appreciate that. And Ashley?
Hello, yes. Thank you very, very much, fellow citizens of the world. We truly appreciate the solidarity, the support. This is a vital moment full of true transformations. I must say that, the solidarity is overwhelming, and it's proof and truth to say, this is not a one-man band, because if it was a one-man band, it was going to be easy to clamp down. but this is a people's project, a people's idea. That's why you see that if you come for the drama, the guitarist to start playing. If you rush to the guitarist, the vocalist to start playing. So there is this beautiful melody that the citizens of Zimbabwe are producing, a melody of change, a melody that is representing the future of this country. So I'm really happy of the submissions that people are making, of the support that people are showing. May this day bring, change in this country. May it be a day that will be remembered as a day that shapes a new discourse, a new narrative in terms of the Zimbabweans' future, in terms of the future of young people who are slowly being consumed by drugs, who are slowly being diverted from the future. So it's a clarion call to everyone, and we encourage everyone to stay home and support the struggle. Stay home and make sure this becomes a success. Our voice is more powerful, and our voice is to find hope, hope in the dark. So this is our message to all the people of Zimbabwe. Let's come together. Let's fight this fight. Let's walk the talk and make sure that we mobilize our people. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Let this be a success for us and the future generations. That is the clarion call, and this is how we're going to make the future. Together, we're going to co-create a better Zimbabwe for ourselves. It starts now, as we have declared that this is a season of action. So there are going to be a series of activities that are going to be unleashed by students, by young people collectively in terms of fighting the national agenda and putting Zimbabwe in the map. The current regime has removed Zimbabwe from the map. The current regime doesn't know the capacity that Zimbabwe has, but with the future, we know what we can unlock by such actions. So please, we are seeking your support. We're seeking your solidarity. You are the pillars of the future. Just give us the chance, give us the time to focus in terms of really putting action, putting effective systems in place. As we are speaking around the education system, we are trying to decolonize and dismantle the system of governance, a culture that is eroding the development of this country. We all know that we have a chancellor of all universities, which is totally compromising the quality of education because we see that it's continuously polarized, destroying the social fabric, destroying the dignity and the integrity of the education system. So that's why I was saying, even Emerson Nagagwa, we must remove all those titles to say we need independence, we need autonomy in tertiary institutions. Each institution must have integrity, must have a chancellor of its own, a principal of its own, so that we maintain independence of even state institutions, like even the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. So it goes beyond. This is a cross-cutting issue that really needs a social contract, a social way to make sure that the social fabric is reweaved and structured in a manner that will bring a better Zimbabwe for all. So thank you so much for this late night audience, very loyal to the people, very loyal to the cause. We thank you very much. May you continue to support the struggle, support the people, tell a friend, tell a friend. And this message, make sure that it spreads and the people heed the call and shut down this country for the betterment of our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for that. When you talked about co-creating, I started getting excited that, that is what is needed, is that we are all co-creators in the future that we want to see for our wonderful, great Zimbabwe. Now, there's someone that's been trying to come on. I hope that you're going to come on and donate. We weren't strict enough today because what we usually require is that people speak and make a donation. But Rasby, if I can give you 1 minute before I go to co-host Barbara, just 1 minute, please. Can you go ahead, Rasby? Rasby, can you go ahead and mute yourself and speak?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to waste much of your time. I've been trying to get a link to donate, but I'm failing. That's all. Hello?
Hello, yes, I'll try and DM you a link.
Yeah. I was going to say a bit more, but because of your time, I just want to say I do support. I was a former student myself as well, so I really do support the cause of the students. And
Yeah.
yeah, so if you can, like, because I've been trying, like all the people that are on there, there's no one with an open DM or anything. That link I've pasted, it is not even working. So requesting the mic was my only option. So maybe you can send me a link or something that's working so I can put in a few cents as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I've actually sent you a message, Raspi, so from Change Radio. So you'll see that in your DM, and then I'll follow up with a link. Thank you so
Okay, no,
much.
it's all right. I don't normally put my details when I donate. I just put anonymous, but I'll let you know if the links works, then I'll just donate straight away.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're in England, yes, yeah, the link will work straight away. If you had Cash App, it's another way. It's really easy and simple. But I'll send you the link as soon as we finish.
Yeah, okay, no worries.
Thank you so much for
You're
that,
welcome.
and for donating.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I can come to co-host Barbara, please, your closing remarks.
Yes, thank you so much, Pat. And I would want to thank each and every speaker, particularly our children, the students. They've submitted very powerful statements, and we are glad to have children like these. 1995 to 97, Pet, I was at Bulawayo Poly. We were given loans to pay fees, and would have balances. And I remember we would even buy clothing with the loans, but and later we would pay them when you start working. But I still remember we were still demonstrating the we did not have enough. Our rights were not fully recognized as students. Even if you could go back to the times of Wana Mtambara, Wana Biti, even Wana Champion Chamisa, they were still demonstrating, but things were better then. But look at now, you know, according to the deterioration of the education sector, these students must be demonstrating every day because it has worsened. And coming to why I'm in solidarity with the students, um, my young sister's daughter passed Form 4, and when I asked them where she's gonna be in Form 5, they said they've decided that she goes to join the army. And I asked them, why do you want her to join the army? I've heard that girls are abused in the army. Why do you want to risk that the child to go to the army? And then they said, mari dzacho dziri kunetsa. I was so touched. I then pledged to take this my sister's daughter to A level. To pay fees, and I paid something around like 200 US dollars, including all the uniforms. And the father works at ZESA, but the father could not afford to take the child to A level. What more the university? These are the challenges that the people in Zimbabwe are having. So myself in the diaspora, I'm joining this shutdown in form of solidarity because I know how the life is hard in Zimbabwe. So I would want to thank Zinasu for taking the lead. The students or the children in South Africa, they started the liberation struggle, and which then brought the independence, the South African independence. So we know these struggles, they are, if they are not led by students, they will be led by workers. So our children are in the right direction, and this is the time when all of us have to support them. And is the idea that matters. It doesn't matter where you are, but at the same time, you can't stop an idea whose time has come. So Bobo yabudira kuma students. So Tese, we should join. This is a struggle for everyone. It's not for the students. So we have to support the students. And thank you so much, Ashley and your team. We are praying for you. We pray that God protects you. And we pray that the people are going to abide by the rules of the shutdown, that is staying in their homes. No one should move. No one should go into town. No one should go to the markets. No one should go to school. No one should go to work. People should stay in their homes. We want a peaceful demonstration. We want to show the government that the people have got power. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I don't know, Mambo Shoshe, if you wanted to say something, 30 seconds, and then we will close. Is he still with us? Okay, maybe not. So thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just conscious that the time is really now going to 15:15, and yeah, so it's really getting late. And we could always return tomorrow and to hear how everything went. But I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you so much to all of our listeners that joined us this evening, and a big, massive thank you to co-host Barbara, and absolutely fantastic to have had the Zinasu leadership here with us. So a big, massive thank you to you, Ashley, in the challenges that you face on the ground and the risks that you take to fight for change in Zimbabwe. And to all in, thank you. We appreciate you. I think the other speaker has now dropped off. So Bruce, thank you so much for having taken the time to come here and to speak and to share with us, what the future looks like, and to share with us your leadership of the fight for change as the young people who are the future leaders of tomorrow. So you've already started on that leadership journey, and we look forward to you, to seeing you in government at some point in the future, if that's what you want to do. So thank you. To Nasty Boy, tinokutenda eshukuru nekuya nekuzotipa mashoko amatipa. So thank you so much for that. To Fari, I think I can't remember the other speakers now, they've dropped off. To Mambo Shoshe for the donation, to Fiona, I think, who's dropped off for the donation, and also I think the other person has dropped off as well, Ras B, who's going off to donate. Thank you so much. Every little helps. To Shiba's daughter, who also offered to donate. I thank you. God bless you. God bless Zimbabwe. And, we pray for everybody that is going to be on the ground tomorrow. Tomorrow, we pray for God's protection, because we know that the regime can get really nasty when they fight dissenting voices. So have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night.
Maybe, Pat, before we close, we just want to let the students that Change Radio will be waiting for any updates. They can just get hold of any one of us so that we can let the public what's going on the ground. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So please do just send the messages, and we'll make sure that Change Radio is sharing all of those messages. So thank you, everybody, and goodbye.